All right, we're live, so as soon as we get some people in. All right, welcome to the live fight companion for Invicta FC 44. Going to, the fights are, or the broadcast is just getting started over on YouTube. Looks like we had Jodie V here a good half hour early. We got someone watching already, so welcome. They're just going through some previews right now over on the broadcast. Just a reminder, I will not be showing the fights or any footage or sound during the broadcast. So if you want to watch it, go to fitetv or download the Fight TV app, or I believe it's also on Sling, whatever Sling is. You can order the fights. The previews, or excuse me, the prelims are available on YouTube at Invicta Fighting Championships on the channel. So if you want to watch the prelims, they are free. We're getting 4 fights on the prelims. And then I have to go grab something, so I will be back. All right, sorry about that. I wanted to go grab something real quick. We got Leon EU in the chat tonight. We're getting ready to watch some Invicta fights as soon as they decide to get started. I gotta make sure I order the event on Fight. I didn't even need my wallet. Leon says, excited for a night of fights. Me too. So we're getting started with the prelims on YouTube. All right. First fight of the night in featherweight. Kayla Yontef taking on Carlene Chandler. If you're not familiar with Carlene Chandler, her sister is Chelsea Chandler, who's also fought for Invicta. Chelsea Chandler, I think the last time she fought was when she knocked out Olivia Parker. Then, of course, she made waves with when she accused Kayla Harrison of ducking her, which the Kayla Harrison haters just flipped their lids for her and all started acting like she was like a big deal. But I'm not really familiar with either of these fighters. I know Yontef is like much more experienced in the amateurs. Yeah, Yontef is undefeated as an amateur, like 5-0. So it's at 1 a.m. there. You in Europe, man, you're in England, aren't you? So Carleen Chandler making her way to the cage. So Carleen Chandler trains out of Cesar Gracie Jiu-Jitsu style of MMA. There should be some people in the crowd tonight. I know they allowed the crowd back for this one. I don't know how many. At least that was the plan. It's not looking like it though. Or if they have people in the crowd, they're in the stands and not like in on the floor level. Oh, Yontef's out of Jackson Wink. Interesting fact. Oh yeah, her coach has the JW shirt on, or corner. Jodie V is peachy but bruised. So Yontef about to get in the final check. Getting her Vaseline put on. Yeah, okay. So Yontef looks like someone who was a lot heavier in the past. And yeah, you can tell Yontef used to be a lot heavier at some point in the past. And she must have lost a lot of weight because she just has a lot of like extra skin hanging. Which good for her. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just pointing out what I noticed. But I mean, good for her if she lost a lot of weight. I mean, it's good. All right, Joe Martinez calling the fights tonight. All right. It says both in youth, which is exciting. Yeah. And there are a lot of like fighters well into their 30s that are getting into it now. And it's like, man, fighting is a young person's sport. I'm not saying people in their 30s are old, but I mean, for fighters, that's old. How old did that say Chandler is? No, it didn't. She just looks so excited to be there. Chandler looks intense while Yontef looks relaxed. Ooh, quick takedown there for Kayla Yontef. So Yontef in side control now, moving to north-south for a little bit. Oh, Chandler gets back to her guard. Yeah, that's annoying when you can't seem to turn captions off. I know, like when I use the ESPN Plus app, the captions are always on automatically, and you have to turn them off. It's freaking annoying. Chandler covering up now. Yontef on the side, both standing or bent over near the cage now. Yontef just outworking Chandler at this point. Just showing more overall experience. Yontef trips her back to the fence. Chandler working on a Kimura. She's got the Kimura, and she could use it to sweep there. Nope, she gives it up. Yontef now mounted on Chandler. Chandler covering up, trying to avoid getting hit. And I don't think she has an answer right now. Ah, you just shaved him itchy. So Chandler trying to get out from the mount. Elbow there by Yontef. I'm going to tweak this out of the fight companion here. But right now, Yontef in the referee's position on Chandler, landing some ground and pound. Right now, Yontef now up against the fence for them both. Chandler back to her feet. All right, Chandler looking to create some space now. Use her hands. Oh, nice stiff punch there by Chandler, but Yontef is tough, and she's giving it to her. Yontef staying forward on Carleen Chandler. Man, there are still just under 2 minutes to go in this round. A lot of action going on so far. So Yontef fighting a very smart fight right now. And trips Chandler to the ground. Jodie says Yontef looks bigger in size. I mean, she's definitely more stout built. Chandler's like taller and skinnier, so it kind of evens out. So Yontef standing over Chandler at the moment, landing some kicks to the legs, and she's looking to pass again. Chandler getting her out of the way. Little over 30 seconds left in the first round here. Yeah, I agree, Leon. Chandler doesn't have an answer right now. Chandler landed some ground and pound here in the closing seconds, or Yontef rather. I gotta rewind this and see if they listed the age for Carly Chandler, because I know she's young. She looks really young. So Carly Chandler is 21. Yontef's 23. So, yeah, this is at featherweight. And, yeah, 21. I rewound it and checked the tail of the tape. So, very good first round for Kayla Yontef. Easy 10-9. I gotta tweet out. Oh, 10-8. Wow, 10-8. Yeah, I don't blame him. Was Yontef like close to finishing Chandler? No, but she was controlling it. Oh, Chandler getting in some punches. But Yontef going for another takedown near the cage now. Probably going to be the story of the fight is going to be Yontef getting Chandler to the ground. Got some more viewers watching. The chat is open. We are in the first fight of the evening. Kayla Yontef versus Carly Chandler in the featherweight division. Ooh, that was borderline back of the head. So Yontef just... This looks like a big sister beating up on their little sister at this point. Kayla Yontef... Excuse me. Carly Chandler just has nothing for Kayla Yontef. I mean... Looks like Megan Anderson and Julie Kedzie sitting cage side. I know Megan Anderson is doing the social media for Invicta for it this evening. Yontef now mounted on Chandler, but going to rain down some ground and pound. Oh, she's got her flattened out. Chandler is covering up. Chandler is just about done, I think. If Yontef pours it on here, which she is, she's trying to. She's got to really pour it on. She's got to put some oomph in these strikes. Drop some hard elbows and just punch away. So Chandler recovering to her base. Oh, Yontef flattens her out again. Two minutes, 10 seconds left in this round. Chandler is going to need something big, a miracle possibly at this moment. Yeah, Chandler's done. That's it. He stops it. So a minute and 46 seconds left in the first round. Excuse me, second round. Round number 2. TKO stoppage for Kayla Yontef in her pro debut. Carly Chandler. No, she just wasn't ready for this. Which, I mean, if you only have... I mean, she might have more amateur fights than the one listed on Tapology. But if you only have one amateur fight and you lost, why would you turn pro? That's just, which is kind of a weird thing to say now, because I remember like when fighters would turn pro without amateur fights. There was no amateur system. So, but now you have the amateur system. So use the amateur fights to develop and then turn pro when you get some good amateur fights in. Like Kayla Yontef, she had 5 amateur fights before this, winning them all, and I think she finished like 3 of the 5. So she was more prepared. Whereas Chandler she wasn't strong enough, and she just had no answer for the takedowns for Yontef, and just didn't she really didn't have anything, honestly. So back to the drawing board for Carlene Chandler. So we're just waiting on the official announcement, the official time. Jeff dominates. Carlene. All right, got that tweet out. If you want, you can follow the live results on my Twitter at NowWMMA if you're watching. If you have Twitter. I recommend not having Twitter. But if you have it, then give me a follow at NowWMMA. I just missed that time. Official time was 3 minutes, 13 seconds of round 2. She's plugging her cat's Instagram. What the heck? Says she wants to fight another southpaw next, or is willing to fight Carlene's older sister, Chelsea. I like this Kayla Yontef. She's got a personality. Says she would have liked to have displayed more striking. Does Yontef fight at featherweight all the time or just one fight? That's a good question. Let me look up her. So it looks like she had 1 amateur fight at lightweight, a catchweight, 2 featherweights, and then a catchweight at 140 before tonight. So yeah, basically her fights are all at featherweight. So nice win there for Kayla Yontef in her pro debut, defeating fellow debutante Carlene Chandler. And interestingly enough, is interested in fighting another southpaw. Most fighters do not want to fight southpaws, and it's a pain. She looks like she could fight at bantamweight, though. But I don't know, maybe not. All right, so next up, we're going down to Atomweight division. Katie Perez taking on Natalie Salcedo. Excuse me. Perez coming in at 2-1 officially. Salcedo making her pro debut, but coming off. She's also coming in undefeated as an amateur. Okay, so per Jay Petrie on Twitter, Jay writes for SureDog.com. He wrote, Kayla Yontef, the fighter who I mentioned, once weighed 400 pounds per the Invicta FC 44 broadcast. Just won her professional debut by second round TKO. I don't know her, never covered her until now, not showing favoritism or gender bias, but I'm proud of her. What a journey. 400 pounds. Wow. Good for her, man. Went from 400 pounds, now fights at 145. Wow. Yeah, good for her. But yeah, I knew she had weighed a lot more at one point because you could tell just by her stomach had, you know, extra skin, and her thighs just looked really loose. Katie Perez taking on Natalie Salcedo. This Salcedo girl looks tough. Leon says, I don't know why Bellator or UFC haven't set up an atomweight division yet. I think UFC probably might have by now if it weren't for COVID screwing everything up. Bellator, you know what? They can barely get the lady fighters they have fights at this point. So I wouldn't be too enthused if Bellator did it. Also, I don't expect them. I think they would take the same route they did early on with their flyweight division, which would be like a bunch of pretty girls beating up on not so good, not so pretty girls, which is what they really tried to do. So I don't trust Bellator to do it. UFC, they would eventually get it right, but it would take them several years. And in the meantime, they'd probably do like a tough season or something stupid like that. And then they wouldn't be able to get the best fighters. So we'd have to like watch some other fighter parade around as the Invicta champ for a little while, or the UFC champ for a little while. Chris Cyborg is in the chat on YouTube. Is she? Yep, she's on. She's there, all right. Someone asking Chris if they can cuddle. That's just weird. That's a weird one. Honey with lemon. Yeah. Bit of rum if you drink liquor. I'm actually sober. Like a bit of a teetotaler. I've become a bit of a teetotaler now. But I do have some tea upstairs. I might take a break between fights to go make some tea or something. I just got to make sure. I have like two different teas. I have one that's supposed to like help clear up your sinuses, And then I have another that's supposed to help you sleep. I got to make sure I don't take the sleep one because it knocks you out. It could be, but so Bellator has a card in Ireland soon, and I think they're going to book Sinead for that event. So I don't know what they're going to do with Chris Cyborg. But yeah, I think they're looking to book Sinead for the Ireland card, which makes sense. I mean, that's where she's from and where she lives. Not enough little weight ladies for UFC. Yeah, the biggest problem with the Atomweight division is that they are like super spread out around the world. I mean, they'd have to really work to bring in enough ladies and try to get them like out of their contracts and everything. And Emilee, Saledo. Come on, come on. There it is. All right, so Salcedo, the elder, by 1 year, 29 to 28. Perez, taller by 2 inches, has a reach advantage of 2.5 inches as well. As I mentioned earlier, this is Salcedo's pro debut. Perez is 2-1 as a pro on her official record. But now she's coming off a loss via submission to Lindsey Van Zant back at the Phoenix tournament in what was probably the best fight of the night in that entire event. One championship, ladies. Yeah, I mean, so one championships division is weird because there's definitely some atomweights there. But there's also some legit strawweights in that division as well, which there shouldn't be because of their supposed, hydration rules, but they definitely get away with it. But yeah, one championship has a good division, even though it's at 115. Invicta's has some fighters, Deep Jewels. There's some fighters down in Brazil, of course. Deep Jewels, Road FC, but good luck getting any fighters out of Road FC. They are not letting their fighters go to the UFC anymore. Perez going down for a takedown early, but Salcedo making her pay with some punches. So some sprawl and brawl by Salcedo. Salcedo in the guard of Perez now. But, oh, she passes, goes to the back, and now inside control is Natalie Salcedo. Showing early why she was the betting favorite. Oh, she's moving a knee on belly. She's trying to trap an arm. Wow, Salcedo is good. Salcedo aggressive early. Inside control on Perez. Knee on belly again. Goes Salcedo. Landing some ground and pound. Perez has got to do some work here. She's got to get back to guard. And then she's got to try to sweep or go for submission. Pulling rubber guard. Perez working a high guard, but Saledo pushing her to the cage. She's going to stack her up against the cage here. Yep, trying to pass. Oh, she passes to half guard. Saledo's a beast so far. So we got, what we got? 6 people watching. Hey, the chat is open. You know, don't just lurk. Feel free to speak up. You know, got any questions, comments, what have you? We're open here. But Natalie Saledo in the half guard of Katie Perez. Katie Perez trying to, well, she looks like she might be transitioning to a leg lock, and she is. But I don't think, I don't think she's going to, nah. Perez gets right back to half guard. I wouldn't say Chris doesn't have a good chin. I mean, just because she got knocked out by Nunes, that doesn't mean she doesn't have a good chin. Yeah, Saledo just absolutely dominant so far. Now inside control again on Perez. So, oh, I missed a sweep here or something because Perez is now in the guard of Saledo. Saledo, though, might be working for something. Jodie asking a question about Cyborg for the chat fam. So let her know your thoughts. So Saledo has Perez in a triangle now with just over a minute left in the round. That's a long time to be stuck in that triangle. Perez has got to create some space in there to get out of that, but it's pretty tight. I mean, it is. That's a tight triangle. So Perez is out of the triangle now, but she's got a transition, and sees Perez is much faster in these transitions, or Saledo is much faster in those transitions than Perez has proven to be, because Perez got out of the triangle, and now Saledo already in dominant position, an arm triangle choke. Oh, but Perez gets out of that, and she's got an arm bar. Perez got an arm bar. That's not going to work, though. Man. So that was a good first round for Natalie Saledo. Katie Perez had some moments, but for the most part, it was a very dominant start to the round by Saledo. So I'm going to go boil some water real quick between the rounds here. All right, second round underway. We got a 10-8 from judge number 1 for Saledo. The other two give it 10-9. Jodie Visa is going to shave her head like Katie, get 3 tattoos on her back. Seems to be what all the young ladies are doing right now. That shave, that side shave, and of course the tattoos. Tattoos are so common anymore that when you meet someone without them, it's actually a surprise. So Perez right now in the guard of Saledo. But Saledo, she's got a high guard, could be locking on, going for another triangle again. She's attacking. So Perez on top. Ooh, passing. Nope. Stays in guard. So Perez on top this round. Is reversal of the first round so far, which makes things interesting. Just good. I like back and forth fights. I'm not as huge on, like, you know, dominant one-sided affairs. Guess I can take my banner off now. But Saledo still doing really well with her guard here. But, oh, Perez, easy sweep. I mean, that was, she made, Saledo, I'm sorry. Saledo with an easy sweep. So Saledo on mount now. Has Katie Perez mounted on the back of Perez, but oh, Perez, if she keeps rolling, Perez back into the guard of Saledo. Easy roll there for Perez. Saledo with the elbows, though, from bottom. Man, she is not letting Perez get any work done. She's trying to. Saledo doing really good bottom work here. She's got the hands trapped, but she's trying to trap the hands of Perez, trying to land elbows when she can. I mean, Saledo just doing really good work here in this first round. So Perez still in the guard of Saledo. But Saledo is really the one who's attacking from here. I mean, the judges could give this round to Perez based on, oh, there's another triangle for Saledo. She has that locked in good too. Now, if she can take the arm of Perez, she's pulling on the head. Or no, she's pulling on her knee. But see, if Saledo can take the arm of Perez and move it into the triangle more, she can get the choke. So Saledo, I think, Perez rather. Yeah, she's got the triangle out. Yeah, those elbows for Natalie Saledo. I think I'm going to give Saledo that second round. We got to see what the judges are going to do, though. So I'm going to go check on my water real quick. I'll be right back again. We're between rounds, round 2 and 3. Okay, we're back for round number 3 of Saledo versus Perez. Yeah, Jodie says Saledo did more from the bottom. I agree. And Saledo already on top now, almost to side control on Katie Perez. Saledo in that like maroon top, Perez in all black with the purple sleeves. But yeah, Natalie Saledo so far is looking like someone to keep an eye on in the Atomweight division. I believe I picked Perez to take this one. And that's going to be one pick that I'm getting wrong tonight. So Saledo in the half guard of Katie Perez, going to be looking to pass here. Has one arm around the head. Looks like Perez could be trying to sweep here, but no, she's not going to get it done that way. Whoop. Perez tried to use the cage wall to walk it over and sweep, but wasn't able to. So Saledo just doing really good work here on the ground so far. Just under 2 minutes into the third final round. Ooh! Saledo, real quick. Take the back here of Katie Perez. Perez trying to roll away from it, but Saledo still in the half guard of Perez. Or back into half guard, rather. This is, I missed the scores for round 2, but Perez needs a finish here, in my opinion. Perez needs to finish. She needs to do something, and this leg lock is probably not going to be it. But it looks like she was using it to get out, and she almost had it. She almost was out, but Perez is fast in those transitions. Man. Perez now, or excuse me, Saledo has Perez up against the cage. Ooh, some knees there by Saledo as she separates. Both fighters on their feet for once with just 1:30 left. All 10-9 for Saledo round 2. Not surprised. That triangle at the end especially helped seal it for her. So Perez tried to go for a guillotine. Saledo like rode with it and now going for a leg lock of her own. So they said Saledo is a brown belt in BJJ and Perez is a purple belt. And you're seeing, yeah, like you're seeing a Brown belt versus a purple belt. Brown belt's one step up from purple, if you're not aware of BJJ belt colors. It goes white, blue, purple, brown, black. This is just an absolute, not so much a beating, but this is definitely like, not a mauling. It's just a domination all around by Natalie Salcedo over Katie Perez, and that's the end of the fight. And I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to go to Natalie Salcedo. Performance from the debuting Salcedo. We're waiting on the official announcement here. But right now it is looking like it's just looking like Katie Perez Salcedo just dominant. Perez will move down to 2-2 with the loss here officially. Keep an eye on Salcedo. Wow, Yves Edwards going a little bit overboard right now with the hyperbole. Saying that if she wins one more fight like that, she'll be in his top 10. It's like, how many atomweights do you actually know, Yves? But that's what a commentator is supposed to do. You know, hype everything up. Get you excited for people. So, yep, Salcedo gets the unanimous decision. And Taryn Temple's going to talk to her in the cage. Bummed she didn't get the finish, which is a nice attitude to have. What else is she going to say? Yeah, Salcedo. I'm going to keep an eye on her, definitely. Keep an eye on her. How old is she? 29 years old. So still got time. She's got to get busy, though. Right, so next fight, we're going to move into, well, we're staying in the Atomweight for Katie Saull versus Marisa Messer-Belenchia. So I got to go grab my water and my tea. I hate to keep doing this. Hopefully I won't do it too many times tonight, but I will be back. Jodie says Katie Saull needs a win. She's coming off 2 straight losses. Then again, she last fought 8-19. So, yeah, you're not wrong there. She needs a win. Of course, Messer-Belenchia officially coming off of a loss as well to Linda Mahalik in Invicta. Now, she went 1-1 in the Phoenix tournament, but those were what do you call them? Exhibition bouts, which I'm not a big fan of. I wish they would just make all the bouts official for the tournaments. I know some people, including the fighters, don't like the idea of only a 5-minute decision giving them a loss, but I feel it would make the tournaments a bit more prestigious if they were, official. And it would give you an incentive, more of an incentive to come out there guns blazing early. Just a reminder for everyone watching, the chat is open. So if you want to leave a comment, gripe, compliment, anything you have to say, particularly or especially about the event tonight or the stream itself, feel free to say it in the chat. I'm playing with my tea right now. Leon says, Katie will win this. I'll tell you what. She should be coming in hungry. That's for sure. She hasn't fought in a while. She got denied fighting in the Phoenix tournament, which they were just talking about during the broadcast. She should definitely be coming into this very hungry. Oh, I want to share something with the chat. You want to see crazy weigh-in shenanigans. The Eva Brodniczka fight that's going to happen tomorrow in Poland. You've got to see the weigh-in video. Now, I guess Brodniczka has always been known for being, you know, a showwoman at, you know, during like face-offs and everything. But this one, this takes the cake. I'm going to share this in the chat. It's a link you can go visit. It might work. If not, just go to reddit.com/r/WMMA and scroll down until you get to Anila Lilmasti Bogus versus Ava Brodniczka weigh-in face-off. Another. Just got to tweet out this fight here real quick. So, okay. Leon says Gina Mazzani in the corner. But yeah. So Ava Brodniczka comes out in this like crazy outfit, and then gets handed a weighs in, and then before she goes to stand across from Lilmasti, her corner hands her a bag. She holds behind her bag, walks up to her opponent, reaches in the bag, and pulls out a large black marital aid, we'll call it. Proceeds to give it to her opponent and says something like, "Oh, I brought you a gift." Her opponent takes it and throws it in Brodniczka's face, and then they almost start brawling right there during the weigh-in. It's pretty wild. All right, so Atomweight action underway. Saull in the black and white, Belenchia in the all black. Oh, apparently Katie Saull is a member of the Canadian national boxing team, according to TJ DeSantis. That's still too hot. Don't want to burn my mouth. Saull peppering Belenchia with the jab, keeping her on the outside, landing some nice left hands too. Saull doing good work with the straight punches so far. Katie Saull, she's doing some really good work with her boxing on the outside here, circling around, pumping the jab out there. Left hand from Saull, followed by jab. Yeah. Belenchia just, ooh, nice knee there from the clinch by Belenchia, or Saull rather. Belenchia just can't find her range. She's stuck playing to Saull's game. Land a nice low kick there though, did Belenchia. That's good. So Saull still on the outside. So Belenchia gets some punches in there herself, but I'll tell you what, ooh, nice left hand there by Saull. Belenchia's left eye is looking the worse for wear. Right now, minute 30 left in the first round, and it is all Katie Saull so far. Belenchia, she needs to she needs to cut off the cage, is what she needs to do. Because for the most part, Saull is circling in one direction. Now she is, using pivots and angles, but most of her movement is to her right, Belenchia's left. They're both orthodox, although, well, Katie Saull using a southpaw stance right now. Well, no, I guess Katie Saull is of southpaw, which could be why Belenchia is having trouble. But Saull just really just doing really well to avoid the strikes and the punches, really, of Marisa-Belenchia. Yeah, Miesha Tate just brought up a good point. The lead leg of Katie Saull is wide open. Belenchia should like target, like either look for a takedown with that lead off of that lead leg of Saull, or she should be targeting it with some strikes. Because right now, Belenchia just has nothing for Katie Saull. But we're in between rounds right now. First and second round. Yeah, like Leon said, Gina Mazzani in the corner of Katie Saull. Ooh, that is hot. All right, start of round 2. Judges all have it 10-9 for Katie Saull. No surprise there. Another left hand there lands for Katie Saull. Now moving out of the way of Belenchia. Belenchia lands a punch and then pushing Saull up against the cage. See, now Belenchia has a chance here up with Saull up against the cage. If she can keep Saull up against the cage here. She's already landed some strikes on Katie Saull. She might, looking like she's going to try to go for a trip here. She's trying to get that, yep, her leg inside the legs of Katie Saull, wrapped around it. Katie Saull turns away. Belenchia trying hard to get Katie Saull down to the ground here. Not getting it yet, but Belenchia still trying. But looks like Katie Saull is going to get off the fence, and she separates. So a minute and a half into the second round. I'll tell you what, that left eye of Belenchia is not looking good. Belenchia managing to close the distance again to get the clinch. Trying to work Katie Saull back up against the cage, and she gets her there. She's going to try really hard for the takedown now. Not sure what Belencia's coaches told her in the corner, but they did a good enough job. Because Belenchia is having a better second round so far. Cedric C, what's up? Says, hey man. Welcome to the Fight Companion, Cedric. Just need someone for WMA. Well, hey, welcome to WMMA scene. So yeah, I got a whole channel for it here. If you want to check out some other people for WMMA, over at The Scrap channel, The Scrap, on Monday nights is the WMMA Today podcast, which is pretty good with Drake Riggs, who I've had on this channel before. And then you can also check out No Filter MMA. Does a lot of discussion on the ladies as well. Both shows and channels I recommend. But thank you for joining us so far, and thank you for subbing. Judy V says, "Welcome, Cedric." So right now, Belenchia has Katie Saull up against the cage. She was landing some punches to the belly, but Katie Saull just landed a couple of knees. But Belenchia landed some knees to the thighs of Katie Saull. She's not able to get Katie Saull to the ground, but she's still doing good work here against the cage. Katie Saull not having an easy of time in the second round as she did in the first. 50 seconds left in the second round of this Atomweight bout. These fights haven't been that good. B. Nguyen fight was a war early. Yeah. So if you haven't seen it yet, B. Nguyen versus Jenilyn Olsen was a very good back and forth affair at one championship earlier today. The whole event is over at Bleacher Report channels, so you can check that out. They'll probably publish the individual fight sometime this weekend. So this fight ends, or excuse me, the second round ends with Belenchia landing some punches to the midsection and then up top in the clinch here. Ah, come on. Fogat did not get robbed. B. Nguyen had a very strong third round. And in the open fight, whole fight scoring, the later part of a fight is going to count a lot more. Also, B. Nguyen did more damage. So it definitely was not a robbery. And I wouldn't call Jenna Lynn Olsen winning a robbery either. She had a couple near subs and the knockdown as well. So Jenny Lynn Olsen moving on to, she's going to fight next Friday at 1 Empower. She's going to face off against Grace Cleveland in an alternate bout for the 1 Atomweight Grand Prix. Cedric says, I need to rewatch then. B is hella cocky, doesn't get good until the end. Yeah, she's a slow starter. I mean, and that's going to happen because of all the training she was doing in Thailand. They all tend to start slow over there. Yeah, B is cocky, though. I agree with that. All right. So one judge sees it 20-18 for Katie Saull. I don't know how you do that after the second round. The other two judges have it even up 19-19. I mean, I thought Belenchia definitely did enough to win the second round. Belenchia more aggressive here in the second round, moving forward. Katie Saull circling. Clinch now. And Katie Saull manages to get Belenchia down. Katie Saull now in the guard of Belenchia. So Katie Saull in the full guard of Belenchia. Let's see if she can manage to pass it. But right now, Belenchia looking like she has the head. Belenchia needs to. I mean, she's got the open guard. She's got butterflies in. Belenchia going to try to separate, make space. Belenchia going for a triangle now, possibly, or an armbar. Now she's trying to create space. Saull stands up over her, lets Belenchia up. So I don't think Invicta really cuts anybody. They tell them, like, you know, hey, go get some wins and then come back. Invicta's whole roster right now is really fluid. And just really fluid. I mean, their roster got depleted a lot by the UFC. You know, one of the reasons Shannon Knapp sold to Anthem, that owns Access TV, and got away from the Fight Pass model, is because she was basically tired of Invicta being seen as nothing more than a feeder program for the UFC. So now she's going to try to, you know, basically rebuild her roster. And I'll tell you what, having 2 atomweight fights so far is really good. I think atomweight should be like the marquee division for Invicta, because it is the only division that, like, the big 2 in the US, Bellator and UFC, it's the only division neither of them have. So Invicta, I think, should definitely, you know, try to build up a strong atomweight division. Then, of course, you know, you always need a strong strawweight division, which is easy to build a strong strawweight and flyweight division. There's just that many fighters. Bantamweight and featherweight are going to be the difficult ones. Belenchia landing some nice punches on Katie Saull. Katie Saull, her striking isn't as effective in the second and third round as it was in the first. I mean, her circling's doing good work, but I think Belenchia has, you know, Belenchia basically has her figured out. So Belenchia against the clinch now, pushes Katie Saull against the cage. About a minute left in the third and final round of this fight, but Belenchia needs to finish this round strong. Because coming into this round, like I said earlier, 2 judges have it tied up 19-19. but one judge has it 20-18 for Katie Saull. So Belenchia really needs a strong round here. And she already gave up some bottom time to Katie Saull earlier. Nice shot to the midsection for Belenchia. Jab misses for Katie Saull. But Belenchia coming forward with 10 seconds left. Saull trying to do her best to avoid the tie-up. And that is it. That is the end of the third and final round of this Atomweight affair between Katie Saull and Marisa Messer-Belenchia. Katie Saull looking pretty tired, but excited. Tough third round to score. Belenchia's eye showing some swelling. Cedric asks, thoughts on Kayla Harrison? I mean, she's getting the job done so far. The big question is going to be, if she steps up her competition, can she keep doing that? Right now, there's no competition at PFL or in PFL at lightweight. We know she can make featherweight. She made it once. We know she doesn't like having to cut weight, but we know she can. So she's got to get down to featherweight, and she's got to go elsewhere to face some good competition. It's got to be either the UFC or Bellator. UFC doesn't really have a featherweight division, but they'll definitely match her up with some good fights with like Holly Holm or, of course, Amanda Nunes. Of course, in Bellator, she has a lot more fights that she can possibly make. Obviously, a lot of people want to see the Chris Cyborg fight. I think that fight needs some more build-up. I would have her face someone like, I think Julia Budd gets re-signed to Bellator. So Julia Budd would be a good one, or Arlene Blenko. I'd like to see Harrison versus Arlene Blenko to see how she handles the boxing of Arlene Blenko and the footwork. But I mean, we know Harrison has the skills, and we know she can use them effectively against the level of competition she's been facing. It's just really a matter of stepping up that level of competition. Yeah, Bud's testing the free agency. Who knows what's going on with that? All right, so we're about to get the official decision here. Third 27, Saull. 29-28, Belenchia. 29-28 by split decision. The Spider Monkey, Marisa Belenchia. So Katie Saull drops her third straight bout. Hadn't fought in a while, and I mean, she had a really good first round, but Belenchia made the right adjustments in the second and third round and was able to, keep putting her up against the cage, get some good clinch work in, tie Katie Saull up, and, keep Katie Saull just from staying at the end of her range. So, yeah, Lima got surgery, but she always takes a long time between fights. She usually fights twice a year, once in the summer and once in December, but she did get some kind of like knee surgery. So Invicta gets a lot of decisions. Well, when you have fights that are, matched up really well, you're going to get a lot of decisions. Yeah, I don't think Emilee really. I don't know. We'll see. Like, she was talking about being ready to be done when she had the belt, but now that she doesn't have it, we'll have to see. That's going to be up to her. I got to tweet out the results of that fight. Yeah. No, it's not a high school gym. They're at the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall in Kansas City, Kansas. It's a really old building, but it's been used since. I mean, a lot of big pro wrestling matches took place there in the 70s and 80s, back like in the NWA days, before the WWE took over everything. First and finish this stupid tweet. Just undersized, in my opinion. Oh, so you're wrestling. Oh, well, the NWA, man, that was like, I'm not a huge wrestling buff. I was when I was, like in middle school, high school, and a little bit after. But yeah, NWA was, for years, it was NWA and the WWF. And then they took off one W. And then when they started getting more TV deals, WWF just really took over. Especially when they started getting like bigger stars, like when they built up Hulk Hogan. I mean, WWF just really took off. So left NWA in the dust. And then WCW came around, and NWA just really faded into like almost obscurity for a lot of years. But recently they've started making a comeback. Cedric thinks both Jessica Delboni and Alicia Zapatello are overrated. Let me put it this way. I think if they both went to Ryzen, they would definitely lose to the likes of Kana Asakura and, of course, Ayaka Hamasaki and Sahi Ham. I don't think either of them would beat any of those three. I mean, Zapatello already lost to Kana Asakura via split decision a few years ago. Never heard of Ryzen either, man. You're learning a lot today. Yeah, Ryzen is like the big show in Japan. It's like the first big Japanese show in a while. So we're moving into the flyweight division. Caitlin Ginger Sammons taking on Helen Ayansa Peralta. Ginger Sammons making her way to the cage right now. Her nickname, of course, pretty obvious. But yeah, Cedric, the Ryzen has the super atomweight division, which is 49 kilograms, 108 pounds. And the current champion there Ayaka Hamasaki is the former Invicta champ. She never lost her title. She just went back to Japan and decided that once Ryzen, she got signed to Ryzen and started making bigger money, she was just going to stay there. Ginger, Sammons. So Peralta the elder by 6 years. Same as, so yeah, she got knocked out in her last fight against Stephanie Geltmacher. Geltmacher landed a hellacious overhand punch that connected. Sammons just went down and out. It happens. No, she's a woman. She's just steroided to hell and back. She come to UFC. There's nothing to beat Nunes. She'd never make 145. Gabby Garcia's over 200 pounds. Yeah, Gabby's, yeah, she's huge. She's scary. So Sammons keeping her head off the center line so far, which is going to be really good against a heavy hitter like Peralta. But she's not really throwing anything yet. She's like throwing from way outside. I mean, she's got the movement going, but she's not using it to set up anything. But Peralta just, you know, slowly stalking Sammons around. Good right hand there by Peralta. Nice jab there by Sammons. And then got back out. So Sammons doing good to avoid the punches of Peralta so far, but she's not really landing anything of her own. She seems gun shy. Okay, there we go with a jab by Sammons. Followed up with another punch, but had to hurry up and get back out because Peralta landed a punch. Now Peralta tying up, pushes Sammons to the cage. Oh shit! I lost my signal. I lost my stream for a second. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so Peralta just hunting Sammons down. Nice counter jab by Sammons, but Peralta coming forward with some punches. Sammons ties up this time, pushing Peralta towards the cage. So we had a reversal by Peralta there. She is on the outside of the clinch now against Sammons. Yeah, Peralta is one of those fighters. She's not the most technically sound, but she's big, she's aggressive, she's strong, and she has power in her hands. Minute and a half left to go in the first round. Not a bad fight so far. Sammons was a little bit gun shy to start, which normal for a fighter who just got knocked out in her last fight. But Peralta not really doing much with this clinch other than just kind of holding Sammons there. So foot stomps by Sammons and knee by Peralta. And a whole lot of inactivity going on in the clinch. Sammons trying to work her way out of this clinch. She needs to be working. See, if I were Sammons, she should be trying to get one of those hands in and get at least one underhook here to try to work her way out of that. Jodie V is not wrong. All the clinching so far is fairly boring. So we had some knees at the end of the second round there, but most of that clinch work was just clinching. It wasn't like clinch striking or anything. It's kind of boring, yeah. So I think we have at least 2 10-9s for Peralta from what I could see on the little tablet screen there behind Peralta. But, for anyone just joining, we are between the first and second round of the flyweight bout between Sammons and Helen Peralta. Still on the prelims. This is actually the final prelim bout. Then we move on to the main card. I'll be moving over to fitetv. Of course, the fight's also available on Sling, and I'm not sure where else. But all right, round 2. You have all 3 10-9s for Helen Peralta in the first round. Not surprised. Excuse me. Just she had more clinch control. She had the positional control. She threw more. She landed more. Sammons needs to step it up. Jodie said, "Did I put a spicer in my tea?" No. It's just straight up herbal tea. No sugar or honey or milk or anything. So it's kind of like bitter because of the herbal. Ooh, Peralta landing some punches on Sammons. Sammons just circling around the outside right now. Peralta very confident right now. She is leaning forward. Nice low kick there by Peralta. And a punch counter by Sammons lands. But see how Peralta's just kind of leaning forward now? Like she's got that forward momentum. She's got her chin out. She's confident right now. Peralta is fully confident in her striking. Oh, Nice left lands for Peralta. She throws a push kick. Yeah, Peralta she is not afraid of Sammons. She has zero respect for Caitlin Sammons right now. Sammons needs to do something to make Helen Peralta respect her. Because right now Peralta just says, you have nothing. I mean, you could see the attitude in her face and just in her stance and the way she's moving. She's not afraid of Caitlin Sammons right now. Caitlin Sammons, she's way on the outside and missing most of her strikes. What strikes she throws. Well, that was a nice right hand for Caitlin Sammons. Eats a big right hand by Peralta, though. See, this was not... See, this was kind of questionable matchmaking for Invicta. Because Sammons was doing really good before that knockout to Stephanie Geltmacher. And then they put her in with a big power hitter in Helen Peralta. And she's gun shy. So I think that Sammons' manager didn't do her any favors getting this fight. And the matchmakers certainly were making Sammons sink or swim in this fight. But minute and 40 left in the second round. And this second round has been all Helen Peralta. But Sammons clinching Peralta up against the fence now. And pushing her back up against the fence. But see, this lands a knee for Sammons. But see, Peralta just takes control of the clinch now. Just pushes Sammons to gain control of the clinch. I wish I had written down my picks from last night. I think I picked Peralta, but I think most of my picks have gone wrong already. So Helen Peralta just really running away with this fight so far against Caitlin Sammons. The stronger fighter, the more aggressive fighter. Nice knee there lands for Peralta. So Sammons able to reverse positioning here, but Peralta, nice knee lands there for Sammons. So that's the end of the second round, and that is an easy 10-9 for Helen Peralta. Even easier than the first round. Just, ooh, nice head kick there by Peralta in the replay. So we're getting ready for the third and final round between Caitlin Sammons and Helen Peralta. And Peralta just walking away with this fight. Easy. Easy win. I don't know if she'll get the finish over Sammons, but definitely going to walk away with an easy decision if the third goes the same way the first two rounds did. We got some more people watching. The chat is open. Feel free to leave your comments, compliments, gripes, complaints, anything you want to say. Feel free to leave it in the chat. Keep it respectful. So Sammons coming forward, landing some strikes. Clinches Peralta, which is probably a mistake. because now Peralta is taking control of the clinch. Oh, no, Sammons got on the outside now. But see, Sammons gives away the underhooks every time. Yeah, she just gives away the underhooks, and it's much easier to control the clinch with those underhooks. Or even an over-under. If you had one under, one over, it'd be a lot easier to control the clinch. But Sammons right now needs it. There we go. She gets one underhook, and there, she turns the clinch around. All she had to do was get an over-under, and she turned the clinch around. Now she has Sammons or Peralta against the cage, and Peralta just out-muscles her. So she's trying to dig an underhook. You got Peralta with Sammons up against the cage. Landed a nice knee to the thigh there for Peralta. Sammons just trying to outmaneuver Peralta, but Peralta, okay, look at everything Peralta's doing right now. She's got one underhook. She's got a hand on the hip. Well, she gave away an over-under, which allowed Sammons to take control. See, now Sammons is doing it. She's got the lower head. She's got her head lower. She's got the lower center of gravity, pushing Peralta towards the cage. With the over-under, got that lower, the head positioning, which gives a lot more anchorage. Yeah. See, I agree with Eves Edgeworth. He just says right now Sammons is fighting fire with fire. And she's just getting into this clinch battle with Peralta. And Peralta is just, honestly, she's getting the better of it. So see, now Peralta has a superior positioning. She has the underhooks. She's got the, well, she had the better head positioning, but she still landed some nice knees on Sammons. Sammons reverses. Sammons trying to go for a takedown, but I don't think she's going to get it. So Sammons has 1:30 left to get a finish. But I don't see it happening. I mean, never say never, but right now, this is going to be an easy decision win for Helen Peralta. Okay, so Sammons tried to take it to the ground for a second there and didn't work. 40 seconds left. Sammons has, there she goes. She went right forward into the clinch again, and now Peralta has control. This is just really bad fight IQ from Caitlin Sammons. Now, I get it. She does not want to be on the outside in distance against Peralta because we know she was gun shy at range, but the clinch wasn't working for her either. She'd been better off trying to strike on the outside with Peralta. So that's the final bell. So we're going to go to the decision for this final fight of the prelims for Invicta 44. That's enough tea. I need some Mountain Dew. we're just going to wait on the decision here for this flyweight battle between Caitlin Sammons and Helen Peralta. Well, they're saying Peralta moved up in weight for this. I don't remember her fighting at strawweight. Oh, yeah, she fought 3 times at strawweight. Yeah, Peralta fought 3 times at strawweight. 1-2, lost 1 to Kay Hansen. Fought a couple times for bare knuckle. Was supposed to fight at Invicta 42 at flyweight. Then fought Jennifer Cheng. Or no, let me see. Yeah. Because Jennifer Cheng was supposed to fight at strawweight. And then Cheng took on Peralta at the last moment. All right, we got the official decision coming up. $30.27 times 3. All for Helen Peralta, who defeats Caitlin Ginger Sammons. Has a successful flyweight debut. All right. So that is it for the prelims. So that is it for the prelims. So I'm going to move over, head over to Fight TV. And go ahead and start. Still waiting to start. Okay, so we're going to wait on the main card to start over on Fight TV. It's also available via Sling. I guess you can order it on pay-per-view through your cable company. I'm not sure. Don't know. But okay, so it says a minute and about 50 seconds for the main card to start over on Fight TV. So I'm looking at the chat right now, still on the YouTube stream, and man, what a dumpster fire. I mean, what an absolute dumpster fire we have going on in the Invicta live chat on YouTube. Live chat. Going to go ahead and share this stream over to Twitter real quick. All right, so that is the official end of the YouTube stream. So switching over to Fight TV now. All right, how do I turn off this stupid chat? Oh, that's how. Okay, so that's starting the stream over there on Fight TV. Got the FBI warning. Do not steal this or the FBI will raid your house. Punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. So we got the stream started, or the pay-per-view started rather. We got 6 people right now watching the stream. The chat is open. Feel free to say something in the chat. All are welcome. The main card is just getting started. Let me switch the fight over. The first bout is going to be Bantamweight between Serena DeJesus and Laura Mueller. Serena DeJesus took this fight on like 2 weeks' notice, I think. 2 or 3 weeks. Invicta 44 taking place at the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall in Kansas City, Kansas. Not the nicer side of Kansas City, I will say. And it's funny because all the stock footage they get of Kansas City that makes it look nice is over on the Missouri side, but they're on the Kansas side, which is the border, Kansas City. All right, so we got TJ DeSantis. Man, TJ's putting on some weight, which I can't say anything, really. But joined by Misha Tate and Eves Edwards. And premiering the Strawweight Championship in the main event. I was a little bit surprised they put the Strawweight Championship in the main event over the Bantamweight. Usually it's the higher weight class gets the higher marquee value, but I kind of get it though. You know, Strawweight is like the division for the women right now. I mean, that is it's the division with the biggest name value overall right now. It's the deepest division in the UFC. It's where most of the exciting fights happen for the ladies in the UFC. So I get why they use the why they would put the strawweights ahead. Plus, with this strawweight bout, you have a UFC veteran taking on a Bellator veteran and former Bellator title challenger as well. See, that's the Danielle Taylor I'm hoping that shows up. The one that fought Conejo, Montserrat Ruiz. That's the Danielle Taylor I'm hoping shows up tonight. When that shows up, Dynamite Danielle shows up, Danielle Taylor is actually fun to watch. When she fights the way she fought her entire UFC career and most of her fights since then, I have zero desire to watch. And this fight should be good too. Taneisha Tennant and Lisa Verzosa. What's up with those bruises on Verzosa? All right, so we're waiting on the fights to get started here on this main card. Of course, the first bout is going to be this bantamweight bout, Serena DeJesus taking on Lauren Mueller. But it's pay-per-view, so of course they got to have fluff on top of fluff on top of fluff before they actually get to the fights. I hate that about pay-per-view. It's like, yo, get to the fights. Let me tweet out about the first fight here. Mueller. Invicta FC. Jodie V says Mueller with 3 straight losses. Yeah, she needs this win big time tonight. Does Lauren Mueller. And she's got a tough fight ahead of her. Serena DeJesus is tough. Tough. And looks like Serena cut her hair ahead of this fight. Lauren also moving up to bantamweight for this bout. She was fighting at flyweight. But, man, let me bring up the weigh-ins here. Big size difference looks like in this fight upon first look. See if I can find it real quick. So, yeah, definitely. Well, is the height difference that big? Certainly looks that big, but yeah, 3-inch height difference, 2.5-inch reach for DeJesus, and honestly, just all around bigger fighter is going to be DeJesus than Lauren Mueller here. DeJesus is an odd. she's a character. Serena DeJesus. But yeah, and Laura Mueller looking to recover from a 3-fight losing streak, get one back in the win column, and work her way back to the UFC. Whereas Serena DeJesus is looking to get the biggest scalp of her collection with a win over the UFC veteran in Lauren Mueller. So Mueller making her way to the cage now. So Mueller says she's out of the Azteca Boxing Club, which is new because I knew she was with San Diego Combat Club or whatever it was called, or San Diego Fight Club. Don't know if she changed up teams or what. What's going on right now? So now we got Serena DeJesus about to make her way to the cage, making her entrance. Who she got cornering her tonight? A couple of guys from Syndicate. Usually she has Roxanne in her corner. Or at least she has a couple times I've seen. She'll have Roxanne Modafferi in her corner. Teammates out there at Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, so apparently Serena cut her hair in order to make weight. I've done the exact same thing before. Back in high school, my hair was getting a little long, and I was like a pound or two over the night before a wrestling match. Went home, told my brother, I was like, hey, help me shave my head. He got out the clippers, trimmed it all off, went back in with the crew cut the next day, made weight. Victoria Leonardo did that once before too. I want to say she did it for the Flyweight Phoenix tournament. Might have been a different fight. I can't remember exactly. But Victoria Leonardo cut her hair like real short, like almost like Tinkerbell length short in order to make weight. So much respect to those ladies. Of course, the Jara Eubanks also did it on The Ultimate Fighter, but she only has like a few braids up there, like, you know. So I'm looking to see. It's been a while since Mueller's last fight. She hasn't fought in a year and 9 months, whereas Serena just fought a month and a half ago. So looking to see what improvements Lauren has made with that time off. Of course, she's also moving up to Bantamweight to take on a bigger fighter. So who knows? Mueller was originally supposed to take on Monica Franco, but Franco withdrew for whatever reason. So just a friendly reminder, the chat is open. Feel free to leave a comment in the chat. Also, please remember to hit that like button to help that algorithm get flowing and draw more eyes to the channel. Serena swinging hands early. Nice low kick there by Serena. Mueller taking her time. Inside low kick from Mueller. Jab from Mueller. Kick to the midsection for Serena. Another kick to the body, followed by a punch, and then a low kick for Serena. DeJesus just the more aggressive fighter right now. Kick caught by Mueller there. Ooh. Mueller landed a combination, but ate one herself there. Another kick to the side by Serena. Mueller mixing up her shots now. Inside low kick. Another kick to the side by Mueller lands this time. Got some good action going on so far in the first round here. This bantamweight bout. Opening fight of Invicta FC 44 main card on pay-per-view on Fight TV. But so far, Serena DeJesus is the aggressor. And she lands some punches on Mueller that has Mueller circling out and away. Mueller having a harder time finding her range than is DeJesus. DeJesus throwing a lot of kicks so far in this fight. Ooh, nice couple jabs there land from Mueller. Yeah, DeJesus, like Misha just mentioned, DeJesus having to brush that hair out of her eyes. Like, just because you get that haircut shorter doesn't mean it's not going to be in your way. So that's something that Mueller needs to notice as well. That every time Serena takes her hand up to brush her hair out, guess what? That hand, that's an opening. But so far, Mueller just a little bit gun shy. Oh! DeJesus drops Mueller with the left hand. DeJesus now in half guard of Lauren Mueller. But Mueller got dropped with a straight punch. Welcome to the bantamweight division, Lauren Mueller. Ouch. So Mueller trying to lock DeJesus down from bottom. But DeJesus going to pass. She's moving to side control. But Mueller's got to look to get, and Mueller gets back to half guard. But DeJesus landing some ground and pound. Minute and a half left to go in the first round. DeJesus landed some short punches from bottom here. But not really doing anything. But it is activity, which is important. Because when you're down right now, and she is down, she's got to look busy. She's got to make it look like she's not getting completely dominated here. Punches to the side of the body from DeJesus. But Mueller right now, she's in survival mode. Getting ground and pounded by Serena DeJesus in the half guard of Lauren Mueller. See, I'm surprised they let those ankle wraps for DeJesus. I hadn't noticed those before. Usually commissions don't allow those, but they're in Kansas. And Kansas is not a good commission, so. But DeJesus moving to mount with 15 seconds left. Mueller rules over. DeJesus looking for ground and pound. DeJesus finishing the round on the back of Lauren Mueller. Big first round for Serena DeJesus. Huge first round, really, for DeJesus. Just really landed the better strikes, was the more active, more aggressive striker on the feet. Drops Lauren Mueller with a big straight punch. Waiting for that replay of that punch. It drops her. Boom, yeah, left hand. And then attacked on the ground, had all the top control time, all the control time, and then finished on the back of Mueller. So easy 10-9 for DeJesus, and I wouldn't be surprised if a judge is loose with the 10-8 after that round. But Lauren Mueller needs to make a big adjustments in this second round. Cedric C. asked, you paid for it. Yes, I did. Yeah. See, look, yeah, this is a flyweight up against a big bantamweight right now. I don't think Mueller's strikes are going to do anything against DeJesus here. Mueller going for the body there, but eats a punch. Ooh, another kick to the body by DeJesus, but she eats two punches from Mueller. Mueller goes to the body and then up top again. Mueller mixing up her punches better, but DeJesus still the one coming forward. Oh, DeJesus pops, or excuse me, Mueller pops DeJesus with a one boom, boom, down low, high again. Mueller's starting to land some more punches. They're not having like a full effect, but they're getting the attention of DeJesus right now. So definitely a better round for Lauren Mueller. She's still eating some hard shots from DeJesus, but definitely getting a better round. She definitely, you could tell she surprised DeJesus a little bit with some of her punches. DeJesus pops Mueller though. Drives her head back with a punch. DeJesus coming forward with some punches, drives Mueller to the fence. Little over 2 minutes left in the second round. Big knee there for DeJesus. Shoulder strike by Serena. Another knee there by Serena against the cage. Mueller's going to have a really hard time dealing with Serena against the cage like this. But she gets out. She escapes. She separates. So. Oh, DeJesus lighting Mueller up a little bit with some punches again. Backs her up to the cage. DeJesus choosing to clinch. So Mueller, she's got over. Okay, so see how Serena, well, she had, okay, she let go. Serena is heavy on the clinch up top, but she's leaving lots of space down below. It's going to be really good to open up for some strikes when she chooses. But right now, Mueller's doing a good job tying her up there in the clinch. Like, I mean, Serena has the control, which, I mean, she's the bigger, stronger fighter. That's no surprise. But, yeah, DeJesus just muscling Mueller around right now. And she's going to work her way to another round. So that's the end of the second round. I personally, my cards, I have it 2018 Serena DeJesus. I mean, Lauren Mueller definitely had a better second round. I mean, she popped Serena a couple times. Like they just showed the replay. But she really gave that second round away in the clinch, which, yeah, Lauren Mueller does not belong at bantamweight, especially against a big bantamweight like Serena DeJesus. All right, we're getting ready for the third and final round. Low kick lands for Serena. She's coming forward on Mueller. Mueller throws a front kick. Mueller landing a couple punches there. DeJesus catches a kick by, or excuse me, Mueller catches a kick by DeJesus. Serena walking Mueller down now with some punches. Ooh, nice right hand lands for Serena. Jab. Ooh, big left lands for Serena. Big kick lands there for Serena. Heard that one. See, Mueller needs to just throw more. She's not throwing enough. Which I gotta give Serena credit. Serena has a good guard. You know, she's keeping her hands up the entire fight. So it's making it harder for Lauren to land. But she's got to just throw more. Serena just lands another couple punches. Big kick there for Serena to the body. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left in the round. Serena backing up Lauren with punches and now clinching again against the fence. Lands a knee. Serena throws another knee. So Mueller starting to throw some more, lands a punch to the body. She's starting to throw some hands some more, but I mean, she just has a. Oh, all right. Lauren's starting to throw some land some more. Going to the body too, but she is starting to finally let loose the hands with little less than half a round to go in this fight. Of course, Serena just keeps walking her down, walking her down. Matias Ibero, how's it going? What's that? Chantal. So, gut. All right, Serena backing Lauren up with some more punches, but Lauren at least is starting to throw some more. Life with Andrew asked, did Mueller lose? The fight is still going on. Excuse me. Minute 10 seconds left in the third round. But thank you for tuning in. Life with Andrew. Is that your BMW in your avatar there? No, I'm disagreeing with Tate right now. Misha Tate right now in the commentary. The size is definitely playing a factor. Besides just the clinch. Because DeJesus has the length and the reach and height that has been given Mueller fits too. But yeah, I mean, she's throwing from the outside. I'd leave it black. Nice punch there for DeJesus. Punch to the body for Mueller. Mueller starts throwing some, but DeJesus coming forward too. Both looking to... And that is the end of the third round. But easy 3-round decision for Serena DeJesus. Much bigger fighter in that fight too. Serena's a weirdo. So that's going to be 4 straight now for Lauren Mueller. Holding her hands up, but you know, I think she knows she lost. She's got to know she lost. I mean, there's no winning that fight. I saw that already. So now we're just waiting on the decision. So the first fight of the main card goes to decision again. I think we've only had, what, 1 finish so far tonight. It was a good fight, though. Yeah, so we've only had 1 finish tonight in the first bout when Kayla Yontef TKO'd Carleen Chandler in the second round. Had 3 decisions since then and about to have the 4th. Probably going to go to the 5th. Go for a 5th one in next fight, too. Life with Andrew asks, who's winning so far? Who landed more? Oh, it's so they're about to read off the decision. but it's going to be an easy decision for Serena. 29-28 Mueller. What? It's going to be DeJesus. Yeah, Serena DeJesus wins by split decision. And you can always tell when Joe Martinez reads a split decision, whoever he calls out first is who lost the fight. I've noticed it almost like every time, or almost every time, without fail. Whichever name he calls out first wins, or loses rather. Whereas with Bruce Buffer for a long time, he would go winner, loser, winner. Whereas Joe Martinez, every time, loser, winner, winner. But now Bruce Buffer has mixed it up a bit. He's gone loser, winner, winner. And then he goes back to winner, loser, winner when he reads off the split decisions. She's an autist, all right. Just going to tweet out this result here real quick. So Life with Andrew. Lauren sparred me once in the ring. She's pretty good at boxing for a UFC fighter. L. Then I mentioned I'm friends with her family. You didn't. Matt Sales, Lauren, and Phil Davis. Oh, cool. So you're a California boy. All right, so we're going to the strawweight division next. Jodie Esquibel taking on Liz Titan Tracy. Liz Tracy, the only fighter on this event to miss weight. She weighed in at like 117 point something, so a little over a pound over the absolute limit for strawweight. Esquibel coming in at 6-6, needs to stop her downward momentum to keep her record from going backwards. Liz Tracy coming in at 5-4. Do I have a weigh-in pick for them? Here's how they looked at the weigh-ins. There, get a little bit better idea. I'm not sure if she shaved all of her hair off to try to make weight or not. If she did, it didn't work. Do I also do boxing? I don't actually. I did like years ago. I did a little bit of amateur boxing. I had like two amateur fights, but then I left for the military, so gave it up. So I wanted to go back. Cedric asked if I paid for it, so I did. For me, it's worth it to pay for it. It's $20, so it's less than an hour's worth of work for me. But also, I mean, I've supported Invicta since I think Invicta 3. I started watching it, and I tried to pay for when they did pay-per-view before, and it never worked out for them until they finally went to Fight Pass. I actually got Fight Pass because of Invicta, and I can't get access, or else I would probably subscribe to Access. So I watched their events on YouTube, or the past 2 events I've watched them on YouTube, and so to me it's worth it to buy the pay-per-view to help support the ladies. So friendly reminder to all watching, the chat is open. Feel free to say hello. Also, if you could, please hit the like button. It helps get the stream going in the algorithm. So Liz Tracy trains out of American Top Team. I had no idea that she trains out of ATT. But Liz making her strawweight debut somewhat. Previously fought at flyweight. Now we have Jackson Winklejohn's fighter Jodie Esquibel making her way to the cage. She's no stranger to strawweight or atomweight. She's actually fought at atomweight before. But Jodie Esquibel, she is on a serious skid coming into this fight, having lost 4 straight, all fights in the UFC. So she fought 4 times in the UFC. Lost all of them. Jodie Esquibel hasn't won since she last fought Invicta 4 years, 4 months ago, when she took a split decision win over Deanna Bennett. And hey, winning a decision against Deanna Bennett, that's not always easy, especially in Invicta. All right, so Jodie Esquibel now in the cage, which we got to wait for the fights for Joe Martinez to make his announcement. So tail of the tape. Titan Tracy, 2 years younger, 33 to 35. She has the height and reach advantage as well. Esquibel made weight exactly 116 for the absolute limit. Tracy 117.2. Missed weight, gave up, I believe, 25% of her purse. Ouch. That's a lot, considering I don't know what fighters in Invicta make, but I know it's not a lot. I got a tweet about this fight. And Liz, Tracy, hashtag, hashtag, where is it? There we go. Okay. Ooh. That's right, we do have one more fight after this before the title fights. All right, start of the first round. Both fighters meeting in the center. Big push kick there lands for Tracy, but Esquibel catches it, throws some punches back. Dev the Dude says much appreciated. What's up, Dev the Dude? American just lost. Well, I think they've all been American so far tonight. Oh, except Katie Saull. She's Canadian, and she lost. So, Mueller. Well, Serena DeJesus is American too. He also says, "Let's go Esquibel." Low kick there for inside low kick for tight Tracy. Yeah, last fight. Nice right hand there lands for Esquibel. Wait, who's Brazilian? Serena. Everything I see lists her as American. Anyway, let's get into this fight. Minute 40 seconds into the first round. Ooh, Jodie Esquibel leading with some punches. Lands some nice ones on Liz Tracy. Ooh, Jodie Esquibel, man, really aggressive in this fight, landing some nice punches. Dev the Dude. Oh, nice right high kick lands for Jodie Esquibel. Man, Esquibel landing just some good punches. But yeah, Brendan Loughnan's fighting over there in PFL tonight. Yeah, Esquibel's fighting like a beast right now. So Esquibel taking the moment. So Esquibel holding the leg of Liz Tracy, moving her towards the cage. So she has the leg with her right arm. But, okay, so Esquibel let it go. Yeah, Liz had Esquibel's left arm trap. Now Liz Tracy going for the takedown against the cage next to the Jujumi signpost. Oh, proper 12. Bought a signpost or a fence post at Invicta and a spot on the map. Proper 12 repping in Invicta. Dev the Dude asking how much is the pay-per-view? It is $19.99. You can go to fitetv, fight.tv on a browser. You can download the Fight TV app on to your mobile device or most smart TVs. If you have Sling, you can watch it on Sling. Yeah, Katie Saull trains out of SBG Ireland, and yeah, she lost to Messer-Belenchia. So Esquibel doing some nice work with the countering. She's definitely the faster moving fighter. And Esquibel's like, what, 36? 35. Moving very fast for 35. Yeah, it's not a bad price at all. $19.99, and you're getting 5 fights. 2 title fights. So it's not a bad price at all. So good first round there for Jodie Esquibel. I'd have it 10-9. There's Jodie's husband, the Dean of Mean, Keith Jardine, in her corner. So cool fact about Jodie Esquibel, she's like a part-time stunt woman, and if you watch the Netflix docu series or docudrama, Waco, I think it's called, about the Branch Davidians in Texas, Jodie did some work in that, and you can kind of see like when they're in the vault and they're trying, or in the basement, and they're trying to escape. I guess Jodie's in that scene. That's pretty cool. She does some stunt work. So Liz Tracy staying farther outside this round, kind of forcing Jodie to come forward. But now Liz is coming forward, and I think she's starting to find her range better. Yeah, Liz Tracy definitely finding her range better in the second round. Landed some front kicks to the face. Esquibel bleeding from the nose a little bit. Liz is making Esquibel chase her a little bit this round. Yeah, Esquibel whiffing a lot more strikes in the second round so far. 2 minutes in to the second round. Oh, some nice punches there by Liz. She threw Esquibel off. She dropped for like a penetration step, but came back up. She just did it again. Like changing levels, but total fake on the level change. And it worked too, because she was able to land some punches because Jodie was prepared for a takedown. I don't like having a pick back that big. So we got 13 watching currently. Please remember to hit the like button. It helps out a lot. And if you haven't yet, subscribe. Got a lot of good content coming out recently, and should be a lot more coming soon. So Esquibel. Or rather, Tracy just doing a lot better in the second round. Made some good adjustments. And I have her ahead right now. Or I have her winning this second round, rather. A little over a minute left in the second. And it was Esquibel that was doing the countering. in the first round, and now it is Tracy doing the countering, and Esquibel is the aggressor. But I think that's because Tracy is staying on the outside more, forcing Esquibel to come in. Yeah, Liz Tracy really walking away. Ooh, landed some big strikes there at the end of the round. Serena DeJesus, or excuse me, Jodie Esquibel bloodied up there at the end of the second round. And we've seen that before a lot from Jodie Esquibel. She starts bleeding, and she just starts getting more frustrated. And she ate a lot of strikes in that second round. So she's got to make the adjustments now, because I had her ahead after the first round. I had her up, and now I have it 1-1 or 19-19, as it were. So Liz Tracy made good adjustments for the second round. Now we got to see if Esquibel can make the necessary adjustments to take the third round. All right, getting ready to start the third round of Jodie Esquibel versus Liz Titan Tracy. Strawweight bout, Invicta 44. So all three judges, yeah, 19-19. Mr. Lee says he is thankful for open scoring. It has its ups and downs. I like knowing where the judges are. My biggest problem with it is that it doesn't actually fix judging. It just shows you sometimes it just shows how bad it can be. All right, both fighters, a lot of feeling out in the first minute of this third round. A lot of feeling out. Neither of them really trying to close distance right now. Both throwing from outside, too far outside. I'll tell you what, though, the work Liz Tracy did on the lead leg of Jodie Esquibel, man, she did some good work on it. That thing is several shades of red and purple. Nice left hook there lands for Esquibel. Both are beginning to find their range a little bit. Ooh, another nice left hand there lands for Jodie Esquibel. Jab for Liz Tracy. Tracy's still trying with that level change thing. I think she's starting to use it a little bit too much, though. Yeah, Cedric, I ordered it on Fight, so fite.tv, or if you have the app, and I think you can find it on a lot of smart TVs. Fair enough. Cedric says nothing he's truly got to see today. So they're not going to do pay-per-view all the time. I think like 3 or 4 a year. Like I know like the big plan for Invicta is to hold a lot more events than they used to hold. I think they're going to have a lot more Invicta on Axis shows and then hold off the pay-per-views for like once a quarter. But I think they plan on doing at least events at least once a month. Hopefully they can do it. I mean, that's, you know, big thinking. I don't know if Invicta has the roster for it, though. All right, Tracy starting to get out ahead here with the striking, landing some more. Esquibel kind of trapped on the outside, which it sucks being a short fighter. Yeah, I agree, Cedric. There weren't like really big names for Invicta on the card. Like the last card they did, not the Phoenix series, but the one with the Flyweight and Atomweight fight. Like you had an actual defending champ plus another fight that was vacant, and you had Karina Rodriguez, who's pretty well known for Invicta. You know, teammate of Alexa Grasso and Aldana. Yeah, Liz just has the better range in the third round here. Esquibel not able to get inside the land. I'll tell you what though, this card had some names on it though. Yeah, a couple like what, 3 or 4 UFC veterans. A Bellator, 2 Bellator veterans, and a former Bellator title challenger. So, I mean, this card has some name value if you know the names. Oh, nice takedown at the end. Less than 10 seconds left by Jodie Esquibel. She thinks that'll do it enough for her, but I don't know. I think I'm giving it to Liz Tracy. Cedric says Aldana is underrated. I wonder who Grasso fighting next. So she's booked against Joanne Calderwood in October, I believe, or November. Where is that? Yeah, Alexa is fighting Joanne Calderwood in November. Cedric says, don't know too much about Tennant or Danielle Taylor. So Danielle Taylor fought in the UFC. Had several fights in the UFC. Defeated Jessica Penny, Sahi Ham, lost to Marina Moroz. Taneisha Tennant won the Invicta Bantamweight Phoenix tournament, one-night tournament. Then she fought that Danielle Wolf on the Contender Series and lost a contentious decision. Heard of Emilee? Well, yeah, I'd say Ducote's good. I mean, she fought in Bellator up at Flyweight, which is not her natural weight class. And she was the first fighter to take former champ Emilee to decision. Calderwood and Jessica I, just journeywoman. Calderwood is better. Yeah, Jessica I just doesn't have it anymore. Did Esquibel win? They're about to read off the decision. We're going to find out. Dev the Dude says he likes Emilee. Mr. Lee says beautiful takedown. Cedric said, oh yeah, she had that boring fight with Wolf. Ooh. 29-28 Esquibel. 29-28 Tracy. Probably going to be Tracy. Split decision. Portland, Oregon. Yeah, Liz Titan. Tracy wins by split decision. Joe Martinez every time. First he reads off the Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, Joe Martinez every time. First name he reads off is who's going to lose. Then he reads second name and the third name or who's going to win. So let me tweet out this result here. After the first round, paid dividends for Tracy. Hashtag Invicta FC 44. Hashtag WMMA. All right. So I got robbed against Maya. Okay, see, I disagree that Maya's on a downward slope. I mean, she was like multi-time defending Invicta champ and, you know, is the only fighter in the flyweight division to take a round against the current champ. I mean, her only losses, okay, she lost to Liz Carmouche, Katlyn Chookagian, and Valentina in the UFC. That is not a downward slope. I have to disagree, Cedric. I versus Lee. Lee will kill her. Haha. It depends, because Andrea Lee, KGB, she can be like real hot and cold sometimes. Yeah, Tracy won Dev the Dude. Surprised. Mr. Lee says that takedown reminded me of WWF action back in the day. It was a nice takedown. Really, really smooth. Jen Maya, what does she really do? Like, she just grabs you, misses punches. A big nothing. Well, I mean, she's in the top 5. Little tiny bit. Yeah, she's the only fighter to do any good against Valentina in that division. But Maya fights like she doesn't know what to do in a cage, watching from her UFC stuff, not Invicta. Okay. Sanchez next. Yeah, Brogan Sanchez versus Emilee King next at Flyweight. Emilee King's in for a tough night here. All right, tweet is out. So Emilee King making her way in. Where's her corner at? Okay. So I interviewed Emilee like last Wednesday or Thursday. And at the time, she was still supposed to fight at Valor FC next Friday. And then a couple days later, she's heading to Invicta and moving up in weight. So Dev the Dude says, Sanchez gave me a follow today. Nice. Cedric says, Emilee King followed me, then unfollowed me when I said fire next to her Invicta Fight News on her DM. Okay. So there's going to be a big size difference in this fight. Man, I'll bring up their I'll bring up the weigh-in, the face-off. It's going to be so Brogan Sanchez is about to make her entrance. Yeah, Emilee King, definitely undersized at flyweight. No. Yeah. These two are just built differently. Totally different style of builds. Right, so we got 16 people watching. Invicta 44 live fight companion. We got the flyweight bout between Emilee King and Brogan Sanchez about to begin. If you haven't yet, please give the stream a like to keep the momentum going with that algorithm up to 17 now. So please hit that like button. Helps me out. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe. Had a bunch of good content recently and a lot more to come. And of course, the chat is open. So feel free to leave a message in the chat. Chris Hagler says, "Let's go, Emilee." Welcome to the chat, Chris Hagler. So King's younger of the two, 28 to 33 for Brogan Sanchez. This says they're both 5'4". Maybe Sanchez was wearing heels at the face-off. 1 inch reach advantage for Sanchez. Let me check out these stats on Tapology here real quick. Yeah, same height listed. It doesn't look like it, or at least it didn't look like it in the face-off pics. So some jerk left a dislike. Thank you for the dislike because it still shows up as audience interaction. To the rest of you that hit like, thank you. And to those of you that haven't yet, please do so. I'll tell you what, Emilee King, I liked her answers when I interviewed her because I asked her some different weird questions. And she didn't shy away from any of them. And I thought she did really well. Big punch there lands for Brogan Sanchez early. She's trying to tie up with Emilee, take her to the cage, tie up. Taking it back now, got a body lock, takes King down to the ground, and easily moves to side control on Emilee King. Yeah, Emilee King spells it. Even she said she's like probably the only Emilee that spells it with L-E-E. So Brogan Sanchez inside control on Emilee King. Emilee King trying to make some adjustments, fight her way out of that. Trying to use her legs. Oh. So Emilee King has Brogan Sanchez. Yves Edwards says this is a buggy choke. And this is interesting. I wonder, this is very interesting. Now, I have seen the buggy choke in MMA, I think in one championship. I don't know how effective this will be, though. Sanchez still punched King in the face, but she's definitely locked in. The big question is, there's 3 minutes, 15 seconds left in this first round. How long can King hold on to this? And are the judges going to recognize that this is a submission? Sanchez landing some knees to the side of King there. But King seems comfortable holding this. I don't know how tight this is. That was an illegal knee there. Wow. So Brogan Sanchez lands an illegal knee to the head or face of Emilee King. The referee separates it and takes a point away from Brogan Sanchez. And puts it right back in. Nuts. So he literally put her back into a submission. Yeah, commentary saying he probably shouldn't have stopped it. Waited till either they worked out of that or till the end of the round to take that point. Because that is weird. Taking someone out of a submission to take the point and then putting them back into it. So Emilee King lets go of that buggy choke now. Sanchez moves to mount now. King rolling over with it, but nope, isn't able to roll out of it. King still trying to roll. Ooh, big elbows by Sanchez. King has to work here. About a minute 20 left. King going for an Sanchez going for an Americana here. Possibly. No. Gave that up, but a minute 10 left for Emilee King. That's a long time to be in mount. Or to be mounted. But Sanchez landing some big punches. Why would you? So King needs to do some work here if she's going to survive the next 45 seconds. So King trying to roll. Come on, Emilee. 30 seconds left. King giving up the back now, but she's still just covering up. She's got to get up. She's got to regain her base here. She's got to do something. Okay, so Emilee King kind of gets back. Sanchez just pulled in a rear naked choke and King taps. Man, that was a terrible angle. I hope they show it. So I'll answer that in a second here, cross-reference. I got to see a replay. I want to see a replay of what exactly happened here. Because was it a rear naked choke? Did King tap out to the strikes? So King bleeding from the mouth pretty hard. So Brogan Sanchez defeats Emilee King. King tapped out, but I couldn't tell what she tapped out to because they were just at a bad angle for the camera. And it's like, can we get a freaking replay already? And the commentators are talking about different things like commentators are wondering, like, you know, what was going on with King. So it was a rear naked choke. 4 minutes, 28 seconds. For your winner, Brogan Sanchez. So Brogan Sanchez defeats Emilee King via sub RNC 428, round 1. Oh, that's crap, Sanchez. The beast, you can't always control yourself once the beast takes over. No, that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You know, knees to the head of a grounded opponent are illegal. Why would you even throw it? You were throwing nothing but knees to the body, and then you purposely switched to the left knee. Come on now. Well, you can't always control yourself once the beast takes over. You literally were holding yourself on your left knee to land with the right knee, and then you switch to the right knee to land with the left. Come on now. Common sense. All right, so that was it for the wow, a lot of people left all of a sudden. So that's it for the flyweight bout, the feature bout between Brogan Sanchez and Emilee King. Cross-reference asks anyone to particularly keep an eye on. So let me look here. Helen Peralta is one to keep an eye on. Moved up to flyweight. Really did a good job against Sammons. Natalie Saledo. Keep an eye on Natalie Saledo. Just made her pro debut, but looked very good for a debuting Atomweight. And then this Kayla Yontef. Just all aggression in her fight against Carleen Chandler. So keep an eye on Yontef, an eye on Saledo, and an eye on Peralta there. Sammons showed some promise, you know, before her last fight, but still could be very good. So Chris Hagler says, thanks for the live comments. It's one he was here to listen to. Well, thank you for watching, Chris. Just Wave says, good fight. It was interesting. Definitely interesting. Mr. Lee says, I've never seen anything like that before. I'm not a fan of fights. Well, most people like finishes. So next up, we move into the co-main event, vacant Bantamweight Championship. Lisa Battle Angel Verzosa taking on Taneisha Triple Threat Tennant. All right, so waiting on the start to Verzosa versus Tennant. This is what I'm really looking forward to. Probably more than the main event, if I'm being truly honest. Both of these ladies come to strike. Verzosa likes to bang. Tennant lands a lot cleaner strikes. So looking forward to this one. Anyway, while these two fighters make their entrance, I have to go grab something to drink real quick. So I will put the banner on and I will be back. So anyway, Taneisha Tennant making her entrance right now. You had to actually do that on purpose. All right. So Taneisha Tennant came out to some metal music. I was not expecting that. Cool song too, like really nice drum line and some guitar riffs in that walkout song. So Lisa Verzosa making her way to the cage now. Again with some metal music. Verzosa, one of a growing number of fighters that are really seem to buy into the cupping therapy. I have no idea if it actually works or not. We got 10 people watching right now. Thank you to all of you. Weird. So we're up to 14 likes now. Thank you to everyone hitting that like button, getting the algorithm going. All right. Verzosa, the younger fighter by 7 years, 25 to 32 for Tennant. Tennant, an inch taller. I'm surprised. I thought she'd be much taller than that, but she does have a 4-inch reach advantage, 72-inch to 68-inch for Verzosa. So 1 inch, but 4-inch reach. 1 inch in height, 4-inch in reach. I got to tweet out about this one too. So Joe Martinez making his announcement right now. Verzosa takes on Taneisha. Tennant for the vacant belt. So I actually picked King to win the last fight, but I don't like the way that she won. I did not want Emilee King to get beat up like that. Really did not. She's a nice lady. And very smart. My personal pick is Taneisha Tennant to win this one. She's just a cleaner striker than Verzosa. Of course, Verzosa could possibly bring her down to, make it a dirty, like more of a brawl. But Tennant's tough to handle with that height and that reach. Now, the height isn't that great here. I honestly thought it would be more. But the reach, Tennant's just going to reach out and touch Verzosa. Low kick there for Verzosa, though. So both with the battle of kicks right now. Neither of them really thrown anything in the way of punches so far. 45 seconds in. Both are leading with kicks. But right now, I think it's just to get the range. Both are trying to find their range, find a way in before they start throwing hands. Kick there lands for Tennant. Tennant starts to go with some punches, but is rebuffed by Verzosa. Tennant with the jab there. Didn't quite find its tone. So yeah, Verzosa trying to find her way in with some punches, but she's going to have a hard time doing with that reach. Inside low kick lands for Tennant. See, I keep seeing something change on the screen. It looks like something in the chat, but it's not. Ooh, low kick followed by a punch lands for Verzosa. Tennant ducks under the follow-up and circles out. So 3 minutes into the first of 5 scheduled rounds here. Hard to score, really. I mean, not enough, not a whole lot going on. More kicks probably landing for Tennant. She's trying to eat away at that lead leg of Verzosa. And, of course, Verzosa is one of those fighters. She's so pale that any strike landing on her, low kick there for Verzosa. But any strike landing on Verzosa, it's going to show, leave a mark. I got to switch out my headphones. My ear's starting to hurt. Right for Verzosa. So both fighters are starting to find their range now as this round goes on. Minute 10 left in the first round. Title fight action. A lot of low kicks landing for Tennant. And that range, that reach is going to extend to the legs as well. And that's allowing Tennant to just reach out and touch Verzosa with those low kicks. Spinning back kick there for Tennant. So both trading kicks now. Tennant just landing more of them. And it's going to be a lot easier for her. I mean, she has legs that much longer. Another spinning kick for Tennant. Both trying to throw more punches in the last 10 seconds, but not landing a whole lot. An exchange of kicks. Verzosa going to the body as the round closes. So that's the end of the first round. First of 5 scheduled. I got to go 10-9 Tennant just for the kicks. I mean, Verzosa, I think, did better with her hands. (10-9) Tennant. With a lot of low kicks. Hashtag Invicta FC 44. Invicta FC 44. So we're down to 8. Damn. So we're about ready to start the second round here. Second of 5 scheduled for this championship fight in the Bantamweight division. Right now I have 10-9 Taneisha Tennant. We'll have to see what the judges saw it. So we'll see. Are they going to show the scores? So 10-9, 10-9, 9-10. So one judge siding with Verzosa. So Verzosa coming forward a little more, but Tennant, she's still landing, finding a home for those kicks. My throat's starting to bother me more. But, shit. Verzosa tried landing one of those oblique kicks, but Tennant just, shuffled out of the way there. Nice exchange of kicks there. Canceling each other out, kind of. Looked like Verzosa might have landed her left hand. Oh, Tennant lands a kick, but looks like Verzosa might have countered with a punch. I'm going to find a blank piece of paper. We escape. Excuse me. We escape cycling asking Taylor or Ducote. So my pick is Ducote, but we'll have to see. Right now we're 2 minutes into the second round here. Tennant ahead on 2 judges' scorecards to 1. Nice push kick there by Tennant. Another one by Tennant. Man, this is looking more like a Muay Thai fight than an MMA fight. All these low kicks, push kicks. Taylor just working that lead leg. Or Tennant working that lead leg of Verzosa. Tennant moving forward now. Trying to move forward, but that jab of Taneisha Tennant backing her up. Up to 15. Verzosa's starting to work to the body of Tennant, which is nice because she's going to have a hard time reaching Tennant's head and face because Tennant's just really good with the head movement and keeping outside of the range of Verzosa, but she's not as good at protecting the body. So Verzosa needs to go to the head more. Nice low kick there by Verzosa, and another one. Push kick by Tennant. Spinning back kick by Tennant lands to the side of Verzosa. Minute left to go in the second round here, and I have Tennant ahead again. Her kicks are just doing way too much compared to what Verzosa has been able to do. I mean, Tennant has just been fighting an outside fight the entire time. Oh, nice right hand lands for Verzosa, and then a left. Ten seconds left in the second. Tennant starting to move forward now and land. Tennant, oh, Tennant drops Verzosa. Verzosa in trouble as the round ends. Oh. Saved by the bell, possibly, but the referee's looking at her. Damn, Verzosa saved by the bell there. Holy crap, Tennant actually does have some power in her strikes. Very nice. Now, it'd be very interesting to see how the judges score that now, because that was right at the end of the round, like right before the bell. It was a left hand that hit her, and then a right hook that dropped her. Followed it up with some punches. Followed her down. Ooh, hit her on the right on the chin with the right hand too. And that was the end of the round. So we got to see, because she was winning the round. I had it winning the round comfortably. Like, not blowing her away or anything, but when you get a near finish like that, and plus to cap off the round like that, that could mean some 10-8s for Taneisha Tennant. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see how Verzosa has recovered, because I think Taneisha Tennant's going to get a little more. So 2018 T 2018 T 20 or no 19. So one judge has it 1919. Two judges have it 2018 for Tennant. Jab lands for Tennant. Verzosa moving in forward now, looking to get the clinch. She's tying up with Tennant against the fence there. I think Verzosa is going to try to go for a takedown possibly here, which would be wise. She can't just stay on the outside striking with Tennant this round. But Tennant getting more aggressive now, landing some punches. And time. Calling a timeout. For what? For blood. What was that? Blood? Water? Come on, ref. You should have seen that. Yeah, Tennant was landing some big punches again. Right hook, left straight, another right, a left. And Verzosa slipped, it looked like. So Verzosa getting some recovery time here. Incidentally. I mean, it wasn't intended to give Verzosa some recovery time, but that's exactly what it's going to be. So Verzosa coming forward on Tennant now, but Tennant backing her off with some punches and a push kick. Verzosa, she's got to get a jab, a Tennant, and those kicks. See, we just saw Verzosa. She tried to switch stance. Ate a kick to her lead leg there. Oh, there's a nice punch there landed for Verzosa. Drove Tennant's head back a little bit. Bit of an eye-opening punch, but I think Tennant has her range with her punches now. Yeah, Tennant definitely has her range with the jab now. She's going to start throwing a lot more hands. Don't know if she'll cut back on the kicks, but she's definitely throwing the hands a lot more now as this fight goes on. Now Verzosa going for the leg of Tennant, which is smart. Man, you got a tall, lanky fighter like Tennant. Why wouldn't you go for the legs earlier? I mean, she kind of was a little bit earlier, but not as much as Tennant was attacking her legs. Tennant switching stances a little bit. Yeah, she just switched stances again. Verzosa testing Tennant. Tennant's just fast. Oh, nice right hand there lands for Verzosa. That jab of Tennant, though, that's money. Verzosa showing more urgency now. Little less than 2 minutes left in the third. Yeah, I got to agree with Yves Edwards. He just said that, Tennant has control of the range, full control of the range right now. Verzosa's got to get inside. She's got to get to the clinch. She's got to get the fight to the ground here. Big kick there lands for Tennant. Tennant coming alive now with the punches, finally. Oh, Tennant landing some big punches. Verzosa covering up. She's eating big shots now. But she's still coming forward, and now she gets the clinch. Clinches Tennant up against the fence. So Tennant now clinching, or Verzosa rather, clinching Taneisha Tennant against the cage. Could use this time to recover a little bit from eating some punches. 40 seconds left in the third round, but Tennant's walking away with this round, or she was. Verzosa's got to do something different in the next 2 rounds. Championship round, she's got to make big adjustments. I have her down 3 rounds to none right now. 20 seconds left in the third. Nice whizzer there from Verzosa. Stop that trip from Tennant. Big kick from Tennant. Gets Verzosa back out to her preferred range. Closing seconds. Verzosa lands a nice right hand. So now we got to see what kind of adjustments is Lisa Verzosa's corner going to make. Verzosa needs to make serious adjustments into the championship rounds. Way with the fight so far. Let me tell you something. If you don't have Twitter, good for you. Stay off of it. If you do have Twitter, make sure to follow me at NowWMMA. But generally, I advise people to not join Twitter. It sucks. It's a cesspool. I only use it to promote my work on here. So 30-26. So two judges have Tennant up 30-27. One judge has Tennant up 29-28. So more 10-9 rounds for Taneisha Tennant. Yeah, like I said, Verzosa needs to make big adjustments here going into the championship rounds. And I don't know if she has that in her. I don't know if she has the fight IQ. Big shots to the body, though, trying to land for Verzosa. But Tennant keeping her distance with the kicks again. Verzosa again going to the body. Probably should have gone to the body a little bit earlier. So, yeah, Verzosa going big to the body. Tennant going up high with a kick. Oh, two punches find their way home for Tennant. Verzosa coming forward trying to slug it out, but Tennant keeping her distance with a double jab there. Really nice jab. Taneisha Tennant's jab is money. I'll admit I haven't talked enough about her, but she hasn't fought in like 10 months or something. So it's hard to get excited about a fighter who took that long a time off. Yeah, almost 11 months since Tennant last fought. But Tennant's jab is money. Her low kicks have been money. Just doing a really good job. I mean, just cruising her way to the win tonight here. So just a friendly reminder, if you haven't yet, please hit that like button. Helps draw more eyes to the stream because it gets the algorithm going. If you're not a subscriber yet, I hope you will be after tonight. I'd appreciate it. Had some good material coming out recently and expect a lot more. A big week coming up next week. So Lisa Verzosa tying up Tennant against the cage there. But she's got to do something with it. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in the fourth round. So we are into the championship rounds. Probably going to have a late night here. Yeah, like that. There we go. See Tennant trying to make some distance and land some knees from the inside here. Verzosa not really doing much with the clinch here. Tennant, who has her back to the fence, is landing more knees. And now some foot stomp, and now some more knees from Tennant. Verzosa just doesn't have it for Taneisha Tennant. I mean, so we got a separation. Back to range. Tennant's forte, should say. Verzosa still coming forward with some punches, landing some punches, but Tennant backing her up with some counters. Tennant lands some really nice counters. Oh, a trip via low kick for Verzosa, but Tennant right back up. Verzosa rushed in, though, to get to the fence. 22 seconds left in the fourth round. And Tennant found herself looking at the clock there, which is surprising. So fourth round in the books for this Bantamweight Championship bout for the vacant title. Invicta FC 44. You're watching the WMMA Scene Now live fight companion. Thank you to all of you that are watching. So far, Taneisha Tennant pretty much walking away with this. I mean, I have her ahead 4 rounds to zip going into the 5th final round. I mean, Verzosa just... I think I might have seen two of the judges gave that round to Verzosa, though, interestingly enough. Yeah, Yves Edwards saying Verzosa just has to get this fight to the mat. And I agree. Just a reminder, the chat's open. Guys, feel free to say hello. Give your thoughts on the fight so far. It's been quiet for almost for the last 15 minutes. So 5th and final round underway. Let's get the scores so far. 40-36, 40-36, 39-37, all for Tennant. $39, $37, Tennant. Andrew Ball says, Budokan, let's go T. So cheering for Tennant. And Just Wave says, Tennant making his look easy. Yeah. I mean, Verzosa's gotten in some good licks, but nothing that Tennant couldn't handle. That jab. Nice jab there for Tennant. Verzosa moving in, but Tennant lands a right. Backs her up some more with a push, with a side kick. Low kick lands for Tennant. Ooh. Verzosa did land a punch there to the chin, but didn't really do much. Tennant backing her out. So Verzosa tying Tennant up against the cage there by the proper 12 fence post. Two minutes, 10 seconds into the 5th round here. To Tennant trying to trip Verzosa down, but Verzosa stays up. See, even in the clinch here, Tennant's creating space from the inside to just throw knees. See, Verzosa, problem is, in a clinch, she's spending so much time trying to keep the position that she's not even landing anything. Verzosa whiffs on an elbow from separation, but Tennant lands a jab. Tennant now throwing some more kicks. Just keeping the kicks out there. Just push kick, push kick, push kick, push kick from Tennant. Verzosa going for the body, coming forward. Tennant keeps her distance. Now, Misha Tate had one critique of Taneisha Tennant listening to the commentary. She says Tennant doesn't pull the trigger enough. And I have to agree. I have to agree. She has just been mostly content to point fight for most of this fight. And I think she definitely could have gone. I mean, she tried to get the finish at what was at the end of the 2nd round. But, I mean, other than that, she wasn't really, she hasn't really gone for the finish. And, yeah, I think Tennant could have tried to pour it on a little more, I think, a couple times. But she's just so content to keep her distance. But again, Tennant has her back to the fence and landing more knees than Verzosa. Verzosa's not even really trying to throw any knees. So Taneisha Tennant, little over 30 seconds left. And Tennant trying to pour it on. They must have told her, 30 seconds left. Tennant finally trying to pour it on, and Verzosa pours it on too. This is what I've been waiting for the entire fight. Let's go. They're slugging it out. Both fighters slugging it out. Come on. I don't care who wins. I picked Tennant. But, I mean, Verzosa does a come from behind finish. That would be awesome too. But she's not going to. Verzosa ties up just over 10 seconds left. Tennant trips. Verzosa going for an armbar at the closing seconds. It's too late. More action in the final 30 seconds than in most of the entire rounds. Why would you wait until the final 30 seconds to finally pour it on? I hate point fighters for that. Taneisha Tennant is a skilled fighter, and she is going to win this decision, and it is well deserved. But I can't stand point fighters who wait until the final 30 seconds of the fight to pour it on. I'm probably going to get some hate for that. I do not care. So we're going to the judge's scorecard. Verzosa got some swelling underneath that left eye. Tennant looking no worse for the wear. Mr. Lee says Verzosa's a warrior. She is a warrior. But Tennant is the more proficient fighter tonight. And that's going to get her the well-earned decision. Andrew Ball, would be stupid to fight the way the fans want at this level and for these stakes. Yeah, but okay, I'm not saying she has to go for the finish all the time. But there were several times when she could have poured it on more and gone for the finish. And if she didn't get the finish, she didn't get the finish. But the fact is, she point fighted the entire fight, other than at the end of the second, and then finally decided to pour it on in the last 30 seconds for whatever reason. Like, why wait for the last 30 seconds to try to really go for the finish? There's no point. If you're going to point fight for 24 minutes and 30 seconds, then point fight for 25 minutes. Jodie Visa still here, just listening. Great chat. And I didn't hear the scores. I'm pretty sure they're 50-45, 50-45, 49-46. All for Tennant. So Tennant, I mean, hey, well-earned decision for Taneisha Tennant. But I can't stand when point fighters fight that way. And then, 30 seconds left. Let me pour it on. Look like an action fighter for 30 seconds. Taneisha saying she was the uncrowned Bantamweight queen. No. You have to actually earn the title. $49.46. So Taneisha Tennant, well earned. Unanimous decision for Taneisha Tennant. I picked Tennant, so it's nice. But like I said, that is just a pet peeve when fighters wait until the last 30 seconds to pour it on. It's like, why? Just fight the way you were fighting the entire fight. I mean, it made sense for Verzosa to really try to pour it on at the end there. She needed to. She needed to pour it on that entire 5th round. But for Tennant, there was no point. It's like, why? You got nobody but his friends watching. So we're going to move on to the Strawweight Championship main event. Another vacant title, vacant Strawweight Championship. Emilee Ducote, Gordina, taking on Dynamite Danielle Taylor. Would have been interesting to see what would have happened with that armbar with about 30 more seconds, though. So we got the main event up next. I'm excited for this one. Well, so Ducote versus Taylor. This fight could go several ways. Some of them I'm not looking forward to. If Taylor fights the way she fought Montserrat Ruiz, this could be a really fun, exciting fight. But if Taylor fights the way she did her entire UFC career and just circle, 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 and barely do anything, this is going to be a boring ass fight. Of course, if Ducote can cut off the cage, then she could force Taylor to fight her, and that could make for a good fight. But can Ducote do it? I think she can. I think Ducote has the skills and the smarts to cut off the cage. But I'm not 100% sure. But here we got two fighters with big league experience fighting for the Invicta title. And that's why, honestly, that's why this is the main event. You got two fighters who made their name, or somewhat made their name, in bigger promotions. And so they have names to them. I mean, Ducote fought for the Bellator title, the inaugural Bellator Flyweight Championship, and Danielle Taylor, UFC veteran. So we'll have to see. Mr. Lee, fight of the night so far. Let me think about it. Esquibel Tracy was a good fight. DeJesus versus Mueller was a good fight. That was okay. That was a good one, too. That was a bit of a walk away. That was a walk away. That one was pretty good. Because Belenchia made the adjustments after the first two rounds. Sammons versus Peralta was okay. Sammons was just too gun shy. DeJesus versus Mueller was good. Esquibel versus Tracy was really good too. I might have to go with Esquibel versus Tracy for fight of the night. I mean, Tennant versus Verzosa was good, but it was pretty one-sided. Whereas, like, Esquibel and Tracy, like, Esquibel had the first round. Tracy made the adjustments in the second round to take control of the fight, but Esquibel was still in it. That was a walk-away fight. Malik Burchett, newcomer to the chat. Malik says, I got Ducote for the win and Taylor dropping down to Atomweight. I don't know, man. I mean, Taylor's short enough to make Atomweight. She has that you know, the height. But she's thick. She's got a thick, you know, lower half. I don't know if she could make Atomweight being that thick. Maybe. I mean, she'd have to try. If she could keep her power down at Atomweight and fight using her power, the power that she has, she'd be a threat. Definitely would be a threat. But welcome to the chat, Malik. Danielle Taylor making her entrance. Fighting out of the blue corner. So while these ladies are making their way to the ring, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. But I can still hear from the Wi-Fi. So Danielle Taylor making her way in. Emilee Ducote will be in a moment. Okay, we are back. Getting ready for the main event, tail of the tape. Ducote, the younger of the two, 27 to 31 for Taylor, has the height advantage as well, 5'2" to 5 foot even for Taylor. And Ducote has a 2-inch reach advantage as well, 64 inches to 62 inches for Taylor. So WeScape Cycling asks, this isn't Taylor's weight. As far as I know, she's fought her entire career at strawweight. So, yeah, this is Taylor's weight. But a lot of people have speculated that if she wanted to, she could make Atomweight. But let's see, strawweight, flyweight. So she actually fought her first. 1, 2, 3. Taylor fought her first 4 pro fights at flyweight and King of the Cage, according to Tapology. But yeah, for the most part, she's been a strawweight, other than his first 4 fights. So 12 fights at strawweight and 4 fights at flyweight. Yeah, she's been a strawweight, basically. So Joe Martinez making his introductions right now. It's a neat little cartoon of Emilee on the on her banner, because they put the sleeve on, and the way the little cartoon is drawn, it makes it look like there's something all jacked up with their arm. Nick Berenzer is the referee for this bout. Is it Nick Behrens or Nick Berenzer? I think it's Berenzer. Let me find a clean piece of. That'll work. Got to have something to write these scores on. Oh, and I got to send out a tweet about this. Taylor coming forward on Ducote with some punches. Yeah, that's the pick I wanted. There we go. So Taylor, a little more active than I thought she would be at first. She's darting in and out. She's not just moving in a circle the whole time, which is nice to see. Ooh, Ducote goes high with the kick. Ooh! Ducote catches Taylor with a nice check hook. Snags Taylor with a low kick, inside low kick. So both fighters fighting from the orthodox position here. Both fighters have heavy right hands. Didn't really get to see too much of that from Ducote before the move back down to strawweight when she took out Janessa Morandin. Malik Burchett says Taylor stated in an interview her in-camp weight is 125. So basically for her first 4 fights, she didn't even cut weight. Because those were all at 125. So she just went in, didn't even cut weight. Kudos to her because she won those fights too. Cody with a low kick, outside low kick at time. But Taylor. Oh! 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 Big punch to a high kick by Emilee Ducote. Danielle Taylor falls like a tree. Oh! First round knockout for Emilee Ducote. Wow. Did not see that happening. Wow. 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 Did you all see that? That was nuts. Hit her with a punch. Taylor's like, ooh. Watch this. Right hook. Taylor's bent over. Boom. Left high kick straight to the face of Taylor. Sends her tumbling. Timber. Right to the chin with the right hand. She was out on her feet. Followed up with the high kick. She goes straight back. Referee stops it. So I'm going to go ahead and record a YouTube short here real quick, if you guys don't mind, because that was awesome and that deserves a quick reaction video. Yo, Emilee Ducote just floored Danielle Taylor in the main event. Right hook, followed it up with a left high kick. Danielle fell like a tree. Emilee Ducote, new Invicta FC champion. That was nuts. Thank you for guys for sitting through that. Mr. Lee says, OMG. OMG is right. I missed the time. 2:51. So your official time, 2 minutes, 51 seconds of the first round. Emilee Ducote, your new Invicta Strawweight champion by knockout. I did not expect a first round knockout finish for either fighter. I'm still blown away and speechless by that result. So Taryn Temple interviewing Emilee Ducote right now. But Ducote saying, you know, her career has had some highs and lows, but you've just got to, you know, pick yourself up and do it, which is good words of advice for anybody. Man, what is that thing? Right hook. Boom. But I mean, she was out on her feet with that hook. Boom. Check hook. Left high kick. Damn. Holy crap, guys. That's nuts. Nuts. Insane first round knockout for Emilee Ducote. So Ducote is your strawweight champion. Amazing. Amazing. Good Lord. I'm going to tweet this out. Emilee Ducote KOs Danielle Taylor in the first. Check hook, followed by a left high kick. .251 official time. Insane. Insane, guys. That was insane. WMA. Post a picture real quick. And tweet. All right, so I'm done on Twitter. So let's recap the night here real quick. So first fight here. Kayla Yontef defeated Carleen Chandler via, was it TKO at 3 minutes, 13 seconds of round number 2. Nice performance by Kayla Yontef. I mean, she was just an absolute beast in this fight. Did not let off of Chandler for a single second. You know, young Carleen Chandler just did not have anything going on for Kayla Yontef. Moving on, what's her name? Natalie Saledo with a success on the right-hand side there with a successful pro debut, defeating Katie Perez via unanimous decision. This was another pretty fairly one-sided fight. I mean, there were some back and forth ground battles, but for the most part, Saledo was just faster and just a much more skilled ground fighter, and that's where the vast majority of this fight was. Impressive debut performance for Natalie Saledo. Then staying at Atomweight, Marisa Messer-Belenchia defeated Katie Saull via split decision. Katie Saull did really good on the outside with her jab and her boxing in the first round to stifle Belenchia from getting inside. But Belenchia made really nice adjustments between the first and second round. And from there, she just was able to get inside more and take over. So then we move to a flyweight bout. Helen Peralta defeated Caitlin Sammons via unanimous decision. Caitlin Sammons just gun shy. Sammons knew it. Or excuse me, yeah, Sammons was gun shy. Peralta knew it and just was so confident. I mean, she was just standing there forward like what? Walking Sammons down and then just completely controlling her in the clinch. Really nice performance by Helen Peralta, who that was her first fight at flyweight. Then at bantamweight, Serena DeJesus defeated Lauren Mueller via split decision. I don't know how a judge scored it for Lauren Mueller. I mean, I was cheering for Lauren Mueller to win. I wanted her to, bounce back after getting cut from the UFC, but she just was unable to. DeJesus just much bigger at bantamweight than Lauren Mueller was, the former flyweight. And DeJesus had the height, had the reach, knew how to use it, just all around better striking. Hurt Mueller at the end of, I believe, the first round. And just all around better job by Serena DeJesus. Really nice performance by her. Then at strawweight, Jodie Esquibel versus Liz Tracy was a lot like Katie Saull versus Messer-Belenchia. Esquibel, really good in the first round, but Liz Tracy made the adjustments between the first and the second round and slowly took over in the second and completely controlled the third round with her striking. Esquibel was the counter fighter in the first round, but then Tracy forced Esquibel to come forwards on her and took over the counter striking, and that's what allowed Tracy to pull out ahead there. Then at flyweight, Brogan Sanchez defeated Emilee King via rear naked choke in the first round. This was, honestly, it was a blowout fight. Brogan Sanchez, the bigger, stronger fighter. Emilee King moving up in weight on short notice. Sanchez lost a point due to an illegal knee to the head of the grounded King, but it didn't matter because King lost the buggy choke submission she had in. Sanchez moved to mount, started beating on King, and then King turned over. Sanchez slipped in a rear naked choke, and as soon as it was in, King was tapping out. She was ready to go. Sucks for Emilee King. Then in the Bantamweight Championship co-main event, Taneisha Tennant put on an outside fighting clinic against Lisa Verzosa. Verzosa gained the entire fight. Tennant had Verzosa hurt a couple times, but chose to stick to what she did best. Stayed on the outside and used her kicks and her jab to keep the fight in her range where she liked it. Final 30 seconds, both of them just absolutely went at it. The crazy thing for me was, like, even when Verzosa had Tennant up against the cage in the clinch, it was Tennant who was the far more active fighter in the clinch, throwing knees, landing knees in the clinch, throwing elbow, throwing punches or short, like, little slaps. Just an all-around great performance by Taneisha Tennant. And then in the main event, vacant Strawweight Championship, Emilee Ducote defeated Danielle Taylor via first-round knockout. Caught her with a check hook, big left high kick, insane knockout. So insane, I had to do a reaction video for YouTube short. Did not expect that to happen. Just wow. Emilee Ducote, your new Invicta Strawweight champion. Will be very interesting to see who they match her up with in her first defense. And Taneisha Tennant, too. Who are they going to find to match Taneisha Tennant up with for her first title defense? Big questions ahead. Big hard work ahead for these Invicta matchmakers for these two new champions. Just a great night of fights all around for Invicta FC 44. Let's go to the chat. Jodie V says, called Ducote and Walker Sanchez. Lost with Verzosa. Just Wave says, what a performance. The Blue Dash finally showed up. It says, wasn't watching Invicta as I was watching PFL. Boo. But saw the finish of the main event. Well, you made it just in time. I'll tell you what. Blue Dash says, that was wild. Had to come see your reaction. Well, thanks for coming in, man. Better late than never. I mean, a little bit. I mean, you were really late, but hey, better late than never. Made it just in time for that main event finish. So all around, a great night of fights. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. If you haven't yet, please hit that like button. If you're watching it on the playback, leave your thoughts in the comments. Or if you watched it live and then want to leave some more in-depth thoughts, again, you can leave your thoughts in the actual comments. And but I got to get going to bed. I got to be at work at like 5:30 a.m., 6 o'clock tomorrow. So I will see you all. I will try to get some reviews up for. Probably do the 3 top fights for reviews sometime tomorrow. I got to work all day, unfortunately, but we'll try to get some work done. Big weekend coming ahead. One championship in Power on Friday. I've got at least one more fight preview to do for that one. Plus, I'll do a full event preview probably on Tuesday. Road FC 44 has 2 ladies fights on Saturday morning, including an Atomweight championship. Don't forget, Deep Jules 34 is early Saturday morning in the U.S. That's like third online pay-per-view as well. And then UFC has 2 ladies bouts on Saturday. Let's see. Oh, don't forget UFC tomorrow as well has UFC tomorrow night has JJ Aldrich versus Vanessa Demopoulos in the flyweight division. Demopoulos' UFC debut, taking the fight on short notice, moving up to flyweight for that. And then next week for the UFC, Contender Series starts Tuesday, but I know they don't have any ladies bouts. Like I said, 1 championship in power on Friday. Road FC and Deep Jules Saturday morning in the U.S. And then on Saturday evening, UFC has 2 ladies bouts on the fight night card. Let me pull them up here. We've got Ji-yeon Kim taking on Molly McCann at flyweight. That should be a good banger. And then we have Ariana Lipski in a must-win fight against the debuting Mandy Baum, coming in, putting her undefeated 7-0 record against Ariana Lipski. So 2 fights in the flyweight division next Saturday. UFC Fight Night, Brunson versus Till. And that's an early card too, because that was supposed to take place in London. They moved it to the UFC, but they kept it at London time. So that starts 1 p.m. next Saturday. So, yeah, I guess next Saturday. Great night of fights, everyone. I got to get up early for work. So, we'll see you all later. Judy V says, Dash, rush to main event PFL. I think I'll turn that on. Says, night, everyone. Thanks for dropping in. Thank you for sticking around, Judy V, my only chat moderator right now. And then Mr. Lee says, thank you. Good night, WMMA Universe. So, good night, everyone. We'll see you next time.